We'll start with the senior showman will be in the ring, and the junior show teams will be adjudicating that in the beginning, and then we'll from there move into some of the intermediate show teams who will adjudicate some while the senior showmanship is taking part. Well, good morning, 4-Hers, and ladies and gentlemen. We move into the first class in our beef showmanship, and we have the senior showman 302 is Janik Steinbush, 303 is Jet Doran, 304 Peyton Verbonik, and 305 is Raylyn Sandy. The showmen will go for 2 heats as we have junior show teams to adjudicate them. So adjudicating this first class, we welcome to the ring Judge Emma Cook and her ringman Wynn Henderson, the junior show team. So these showmen will complete a second class before we will give you any names who will advance to the Grand Champion Senior Showmanship Drive. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you, very fortunate to have the longtime 4-H member and young lady adjudicating showmanship today, Keely Adams from Forsberg, Alberta, where she grew up on Terron Farms, where she and her family own and operate around 220 red and black Angus cattle and a small grain operation. Keely has been involved in her operation for as long as she can remember, and has been trying to grow her own small Angus herd. Along with helping on the farm, Keely and her 2 sisters have a passion for showing cattle, and were longtime 4-H members, attending the Provincial 4-H Beef Heifer Show for many years. Keely is excited to be back to the Provincial 4-H Beef Show this year in a different role. Let's put our hands together and thank and welcome Keely Adams. And it also gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the other adjudicators of the day, adjudicating show team judging. We're very fortunate to have with us Garen Skeels and Trinity Martin. Garen and Trinity grew up with a love for the agriculture industry and exhibiting cattle. They both currently help operate Anchor D Ranch, where they run their own herd of purebred Simmentals. They were both a part of the 4-H program for over 10 years and love to continue to give back to agriculture programs. The pair have exhibited, worked on, and sold cattle across both Canada and the United States, Mexico, and Australia. They both currently serve on the Alberta Young Simmental Board as well as the National YCSA Board, where they help to make youth events for the Simmental breed. Keely and Garen are very excited to be given the opportunity to judge at this event. So let's put our hands together and welcome Garen Skeels and Trinity Martin. And I can't neglect to mention, I don't like to often steer far off of the introduction that I'm given, and I say to everyone, whether I know them well or not, it's probably not safe to have me just say what I maybe know, because you never know what might come from my mouth. But I did get this okayed with Garen and Trinity, and I felt that we should mention that also kind of a cool little venture that Garen started a few years ago, I think. And so Garen and Trinity have a small herd of Simbra cattle, which I think is pretty cool. So I just wanted to mention that as well, and something that as you have an opportunity to talk with this wonderful young couple today, they usually get a little chuckle when you bring up that. So great to have them with us here today. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're ready for some comments from Judge Emma Cook.
I'd like to thank 4-H Alberta Beef Heifer Show for inviting me out here to judge this class of yearling heifers. In first place, I've got this bright red heifer. I like how she moves out on her feet. I like how she's got a straight top line. She's thick through her hind quarter. And I like how she keeps her body moving and her structure of her feet. Now I move into the second heifer. She's got a straight top line as well. She's just not as thick as I like her, but I like how she still has great movement throughout her feet. Now in this black heifer in third, she's got very well. I like her in her feet movement. She's not as thick through her hind quarter though, but she has great qualities throughout her body. Now in this heifer in last place, she's maybe a little deep on her top line, but she's great, thick through her hind quarter, thick through her ribeye. I like how she's still a great moving heifer throughout this year. Thank you very much.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Emma Cook and her ringman, Wynn Henderson. This team will now have the senior showmen exit the ring. They will come around and return for their second and final heat of senior showmanship. And following that class, I will have some announcements if we have any advancing to the Grand Champion Senior Showmanship Drive. 4-H members, I also have a couple of items up here at the announcer stand. A set of wall clipper blades, I believe off of a cordless clipper that were found here after the grooming yesterday, so if anyone lost their blades. We also have a power bank that was turned in that was lost, so if anyone has lost that, it's up here at the announcer stand. We welcome to our show ring the 4 senior showmen in this Class 1 once again. 302 is Yannick Steinbush, 303 Jet Doran, 304 is Peyton Verbonik, and 305 Raylan Sandy. This class will be adjudicated by Judge Wyatt Saylor and his ringman Lindy Navati. For each members up here at the announcer stand, I've also just had turned in a power cord that was left behind in the after grooming yesterday. So if anyone, check your tack box. If you're missing a power cord, there's one that's been turned in up here. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring, and we're ready now for comments from Judge Wyatt Saylor.
I'd like to thank 4-H Alberta Beef Heifer Show for sending us out here to judge today. I would also like to thank my ringman for doing a great job in this class. In our first place heifer, she's a real powerful in her walk. She's really nice feet and an amazing top line. She has an amazing depth, and I think she'll make into an amazing cow. Moving into our second place heifer. She is really nice in her feet, nice top line, nice underline, nice through the third quarter. All I would do is add a little bit more muscle into her, and then she can move up in this class. Moving on to our third place heifer. She is real nice in her hind end. She's really smooth through the front shoulders all the way to the back. All I would do is deepen her out and make her front leg less post-legged, and then she could move on. Rounding off this class is this beautiful black heifer. She is really nice in her front feet, nice throughout her whole body. I love her structure. Just all I would do is fill out her hind end and fill out her belly a little bit, and then I would fix up those back feet, and that's how I would place this class.
Thank you to Judge Wyatt Saylor and ringman Lindy Navati. Advancing to the senior showmanship final drive, advancing from this class is 304 Peyton Verbonic from West Carstairs 4-H Beef. Peyton Verbonic, you advance to the senior showmanship final. This next class entering the ring, ladies and gentlemen, Class 2 of Senior Showmanship, 306 in your program, Daniel Pearson. 307 in your program is a scratch. 308 is the entry from Kate McFadden. 309, the entry from Paisley Bertram. Class 2 of Senior Showmanship. And we welcome to the ring Junior Judge Morgan Page and his ringman Matty Page, the junior show team that will adjudicate this class. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring. We're ready now for comments from Judge Morgan Page.
First of all, I'd just like to say thank you to 4-H Alberta for having me here tonight, and let's get started. Starting off with the first place heifer, this Black Angus Brockle. She has a really nice top line. She's even throughout her body. She has strong legs. She stands up nice and tall, and she overall looks like she'd be an amazing heifer. Moving on to my second place heifer, this Black Angus. She stands nice and tall. She has strong legs. She's a little deep, but overall, I'd say she would make an amazing heifer. And moving on to my third place heifer, she has a nice stance. She looks like she could have more room for growth, but she stands nice and tall. She's even throughout the body, but overall, I think if you gave her a month or a few days or weeks, she could turn out to be a nice big heifer.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Morgan Page and his ringman, Matty Page. The senior showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat.
Yeah. I never know when they're passing it back to me if they shut it off or not. Yeah, yeah. I should start assuming not. Yeah. Yeah. More times than not. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome to the ring Judge Tegan French and his ringman, Casey Becker, junior show team. And we bring back our three senior showmen in Class 2. 306 is Daniel Pearson. 308, Kate McFadden. And 309, Paisley Bertram. This is their second and final heat of senior showmanship. At the completion of this class, we will have information if any senior showman from this class will advance to our Grand Champion Senior Showmanship Drive. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring. We're now ready for comments from Judge Tegan French.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Stettler Egg Society for giving the facility to us for the weekend, as well as the 4-H Provincial Heifer Show for calling me out to judge today, and my ringman Casey Becker. To start off the class, we just have another great heifer today. Hey, she's hung deep, she walks nice, she has a good frame size. After her, we have another great heifer. Her just maybe not as feminine as I wanted it. And she could maybe just have her feet done a bit. To round off the class today, we have this nice heifer. Maybe she could just grow a little frame size, and then she would place higher up in the class.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Tegan French and his ringman Casey Becker. Our senior showman from that class, advancing to the senior showmanship drive from this class, entry 306, Daniel Pearson. Advancing in senior showmanship is show number 306, Daniel Pearson. We now welcome to our ring Class 3 of senior showmanship. These showmen include 310 Malaya Stone, 311 is Tayden French, 312 Garrick Lutz, 313 Sydney Carlson. And this class is adjudicated by the junior show team of Judge Kenna Vermette and ringman Sienna Stone and Kirby Wunsch. That is your junior show team. Turn your attention now to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready for comments from Judge Kenna Vermette.
First, I'd like to start off by thanking the Provincial 4-H Show Committee for putting on this great show. Second, I would like to thank the Stettler Egg Society for having us here and having this great moisture. Starting off in my class, I have this deep-bodied black Angus female. I just like how when she moves, she's got good feet. She's very free. She's got a nice back that I like. Moving into my second heifer, I like she's also deep. She's got a nice udder placement. She's clean through her front to her end. Moving to my third place heifer, I like this heifer. She's got a nice strong back, nice good feet. She's got a good udder development. She'll make a great cow. Moving into my third place, I would just like to give her a deeper body. Other than that, she's a great heifer.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Kenna Vermette, her ringman, Kirby Wunsch, and Sienna Stone. These senior showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat in senior showmanship. Second and final heat of senior showmanship. For 4-H beef members, most of you, or a lot of you, have been at the Provincial 4-H Beef Heifer Show before, and so you know. But just so you, for those of you who aren't aware, upcoming this afternoon at 4 o'clock will be the flock show over in the sheep area. And the 4-H sheep members will need extra leadsmen, so any beef kids who want to go and help with showing some of the sheep in the flock show, you're more than welcome. So I would encourage you. I know from past, I've heard from a lot of the beef members how much they enjoyed the opportunity to show a lamb. So the flock show at 4 o'clock, they will need some of you beef members to go and help because they will require extra leadsmen. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready for comments from Judge Wyatt Wunsch.
Thank you for inviting us to the show. I start off with this heifer first. She has a nice feet structure. She has a nice back. This heifer second. I like her feet. She could use some more back and length in her. This heifer in third, I really like how she walks, but she could use more muscle in the back. This heifer in fourth, I really like how she sets up really nice, and she's just not my liking for today. Thank you for inviting me here.
Put your hands together for Judge Wyatt Wunsch and his ringman Mason Moore. The senior showman in this class advancing to the senior showmanship drive. We have 2 members advancing from this class, and they are 312, the entry of Garrick Lutz, and 313, Sydney Carlson. So advancing to the senior showmanship drive, Garrick Lutz and Sydney Carlson. We now welcome to the ring our final junior show team. For our show team adjudicators, this is your final junior show team. And they are, welcome to the ring, Judge Chloe Robertson, her ringman, Blaine Burkhart. And we welcome in Class 4 of Senior Showmanship. They are led in by entry 315, Sawyer Pohl. 316 is Tacey French. 317, Adrian Denchikoff. And 318, Caleb Stone. The Class 4 of Senior Showmanship. Big shout out to all the 4-H families watching online too. We are very fortunate to once again have with us DLMS that's broadcasting our show team judging and showmanship this morning. So it's great to once again have the great supporters of DLMS with us, and a big hello to everybody out there watching the show. I turn your attention now to the ring, and we call upon Judge Chloe Robertson for her reasons.
I just want to say thank you to the Egg Society and the Heifer Show for having me judge this class. To start off the class, I would like this cow in first. She is a very pretty chalet. She has a nice straight top line. She already has a calf, probably, because that's what she's. I like her nice, muscular, strong legs. She has a very wide barrel. This Simmental in second. She is very muscular and she has a very nice top line. She is very deep and I like how she's stout. This Simmental heifer in third place. She has a nice straight top line. She's quite stout and it has really nice depth. I just would like to pull down her flank a little bit. This heifer in fourth. I really like her big strong legs. I just wish that she was a little more stout and she had some more capacity on her.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Chloe Robertson and her ringman, Blaine Burkhart. Those senior showmen are now exiting the ring and will return for their second and final heat. And as we have those senior showmen come back for their second heat, we now move into the intermediate show teams and our first intermediate show team. To adjudicate this class, we welcome to the ring Judge Ellie Doran and her ringman Rory Hurham. And we welcome back the Class 4 of Senior Showmanship for their second and final heat. They include 315 Sawyer Pole, 316 is Tacey French, 317 Adrian Denchikoff, and 318 Caleb Stone. Following the class here, we will have some information as to if any of these senior showmen advance to the Grand Champion Senior Showmanship Drive. Our 4-H Alberta Beef Heifer Show partners and supporter sponsors are on the banner at ringside, but I also would just like to help you get you to help me thank our sponsors: Government of Alberta, Alberta Recycling, Alta Link, Calgary Stampede Foundation, UFA, Agriculture Financial Services Corporation, Federated Co-op Limited, Alberta Beef Producers, Cargill, Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, Prairie Coast Equipment, International Rural Exchange, Livestock Identification Services, More Than Just Feed, Leader Products. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for our sponsors that help make this possible. And also, on behalf of 4-H Alberta, a great big thank you to DLMS for being here to broadcast a big portion of our provincial 4-H Beef Heifer Show. Thank you to DLMS. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we're now ready for comments from Judge Ellie Doran.
Well, this is truly a really special class, and I'm so grateful that the Provincial Heifer Show really got me out here and judged this class today. I do have a couple thank yous before I start telling you about my placings here. I'd really like to thank my partner, Rory Herm. He's put up with me all weekend, and I think he's a great ringman. I'd like to thank all the committee members. This show would not be possible without you. I'm really happy that all the work that you put into the show, it really makes it special for every kid here. I'd like to thank the sponsors in Alberta, Beef Heifer Show partners with the 4-H Alberta committee. And I'd really like to thank all the kids. they're shoveling wheelbarrows, they're putting in the work, and it really shows. These heifers are full, and these females are so well put together. And last but not least, I'd like to thank these parents. I know I could not make this show here today without my parents and these grandparents, and I'd really like to put our hands together for all the people that make this amazing show. Now, starting off my class, I got this 3-year-old Charlotte purebred cow. She is definitely the most broody cow in this class. She shows herself, and she's so compact, got the widest rib cage, and it's really amazing how this gal is raising her right, and she just keeps her in such well condition over the years. And it's hard when those cows are producing calves and they can stay in that condition, but she's doing well with that deep rib cage. She's wide fronted and wide shouldered, and I really like how she's feminine and got lots of length of body, and she's got good udder quality. So I really like how this gal is starting off our class. Moving down to this full-blood Simmental heifer, she's really got a flat back, but I really like the amount of compact she got. She's got lots of fat on her sides, and she's got a wide bum, but she's really showing us how she can extend herself when she walks out in the ring, and I think she follows. I'd like to clean up her front end and extend her neck a bit, but this young guy is doing an amazing job with her, and I want him to keep up the good work. And just following that, I got this little shorter framed heifer. She's doing well with her. I'd like to see a little more groceries put into her. She's very feminine. She's very small when she's out and about. I'd like to see her extend a bit, a little growth, but she's doing well. She's a bit tight in the shoulders, but she listens up when she gets into the behind of her. And rounding off this class, I really like this heifer. She does have she gets weaker in her back quarter, but she's really showing off her front end. She strides out. She's a really nice big heifer, and I'd like to see this guy have some improvements with her heifer later on, but this is a really strong class, and I'd like to thank you again.
Thank you to Judge Ellie Doran and her ringman, Rory Hurram. From that senior showmanship class, advancing to the senior showmanship drive, Grand Champion drive, advancing from this class, 317, Adrian Denchikoff, 318, Caleb Stone. Advancing in senior showmanship, Adrian Denchikoff and Caleb Stone. We now welcome to the show ring our intermediate show team, Judge Brooke Preston and ringman Lizzie Steinbush. We'll welcome in Class 5 of our senior showmen. We just had a iPhone turned in up here at the announcer stand that was left in the ladies' washroom. So if you want to check if you're missing your phone, it looks like it might be Sierra's. But if you've misplaced your phone, it's been turned in up here. It was found in the ladies' washroom. And we now welcome in Class 5 of Senior Showmanship, led in by 319, the entry for Danica Anderson. 320 is Jennifer Finney. 321, Xander Ewert. And 322, Maya Aluk. Your 4 senior showmen in Class 5 for their first of 2 heats. We are now ready for comments from Judge Brooke Preston.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to 4-H Alberta for inviting me out to judge today. In first place, we have this red heifer. She's got a really nice flat back. She's really level. She steps out good. She's very filled out. And in second, we have this black heifer. She's also very flat across the back, just not quite as filled out as the first place heifer. In third place, we have this other black heifer. She also is very long. I'd maybe like to see a little bit extra filling in the rear end. And then rounding off this class, we have the fourth place heifer, and she's also very flat, long, and has great potential. I'd maybe like to see a little bit more depth in her heart girth area. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Brooke Preston and her ringman, Lizzie Steinbush. The senior showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to the show ring the intermediate show team, Judge Carter Vermette, his ringman, Caden Dolman. We welcome back in our senior showmen in Class 5. They include 319, the entry for Danica Anderson. Show number 320 is the entry for Jennifer Finney. .321 is Xander Ewert. And 322 is senior showman Maya Aluk. Their second and final heat of senior showmanship for Class 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for some comments from Judge Carter Vermette.
Today, I would thank the Stettler Egg Society for letting us use this wonderful building. I'd also like to thank the 4-H Provincial show for putting on this event. I think it's a really great event. Now, I'm going to start this class off with this really broody black heifer. She's stout, she's long. I like the way she locks. She's got nice foot structure. She just maybe needs a little bit of more depth. I maybe put a little more body on her. Now this second heifer, she's strong, she's wide. I just maybe like to clean up her front and shorten those teats a little and maybe fix her back end a little. I would like to touch that up. This third heifer, she's stout. I like her. She just maybe needs a little bit more condition, a little bit of time in the pasture. Overall, really great heifer. This heifer that I put at the bottom of the class today, she maybe just needs a little bit more days on feed. I'd like to touch up her udder a little bit and maybe a little bit more depth. But overall, great heifer. Thank you for having me out today.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Carter Vermette and his ringman, Caden Dolman. And advancing from this class in senior showmanship, advancing to our senior showmanship final drive, we have entry 321, Xander Ewert. So advancing in senior showmanship to the Grand Champion Drive, Xander Ewert. We now welcome to the ring Judge Dallas Saylor and her ringman, Gracelyn Robar. And we welcome in Class 6, the final class of senior showmanship. 323 is Max Burris. 324, Callista Chesser. 325, Shanna Lee Fancannel. And 326, Ayla Kendall Price. These senior showmen will actually have to go 3 laps because we have 3 intermediate show teams that need a class to adjudicate. They will only be judged on their showmanship in the first 2 classes to keep it equal. Turn your attention to the ring. We are now ready for comments from Judge Dallas Saylor.
First, I'd like to thank the 4-H Alberta Committee for putting on a spectacular beef and sheep show. I am really honored for myself to come out here and judge. As well as I want to thank my ringman, Gracelyn Robar, for coming out to help running the ring, making it all smooth and making it so that I can view these spectacular animals. I also want to give a big round of applause to the parents who brought these exhibitors out here today and with their spectacular animals. I start off with this brockle face heifer, as she's just the freest on the move. She's wide throughout that top. Sure, she's a little bit moderate compared to some below her. However, this heifer is just the freest on the move, biggest rib cage, an animal who really stands out to the top for me today. Next, I have the solid black heifer in second. It really, between the middle two, for the red and the black, it really came down to nitpicky different things. However, I just put this black heifer above the red heifer today as she's just a little bit wider within that hip and is a little bit longer along that top. However, she doesn't place higher today as she just needs to be a little bit more free moving as she's a little bit stiff on the move. Going on to the red heifer that I have in third, the red heifer, she's a spectacular heifer. She's proportionate within all herds. However, she just is a little short-strided compared to the heifers above her today, but still one spectacular heifer. I round off this class with the brockle heifer. She's a heifer that's definitely free moving. However, she just doesn't have enough flesh to compete with the animals above her today, but she is a heifer that will make good calves in the future. But for today, she just doesn't round off, or she rounds off the class because of just not having enough flesh. Let's give one big round of applause for these exhibitors bringing in spectacular animals for the day.
Thank you to Judge Dallas Saylor and her ringman, Gracelyn Robar. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. And these senior showmen will exit the ring and return for 2 more heats. We now welcome to the ring Judge Liam Richards and his ringman, Bryn Burkhart. And we welcome back our senior showmen in Class 6. They include 323, Max Burris. 324 is Callista Chesser. 325, Shanna Lee Fankannel. And 326 is Ayla Kendall Price. Your senior showman in Class 6. The senior showmen that are in the ring right now will go a third and final time. Once again, not being adjudicated that third time, but going just because we have one more intermediate show team and need a class of cattle for them. But following the next class after this one, we will move into that Grand Champion Senior Showmanship Drive. So those senior members who have advanced to the Grand Champion Senior Showmanship class, there'll be one more class following the one that's in the ring, and we'll be moving into that Grand Champion Senior Showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring, and we're now ready for comments from Judge Liam Richards.
Before I begin judging this class, I'd first like to thank the 4-H Beef Heifer Show for bringing me and my partner here, Bryn, to the show, and all of the sponsors here making the show possible. I start this class off with this really nice, big-bodied Baldy. I think she has a lot of depth and a lot of depth through her hindquarters. And I love how she gets out on the move and how freely she is in those back legs. In this second place, I have this red female. Maybe I just like to give her a little bit more depth in her hindquarters, maybe smooth her a little bit out in her front end. But otherwise, I think she's a really nice red female. In third place, we have this really lengthy, really nice, purebred Black Angus heifer. Maybe I just like to give her a little bit more depth. Maybe just make her a little bit more freely in her back legs to move her up in this class. In last place, we have this nice long-bodied baldy heifer. Maybe I just like to give her a little bit more groceries. Maybe just widen her up in her front shoulders. So I place this class.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Liam Richards and his ringman, Bryn Burkhart. The senior showman will return for their third and final heat. And at that time, I'll have some advancers in senior showmanship. We now welcome to the show ring our final intermediate show team. The final intermediate show team, Judge Luke Henderson, his ringman Quade Cook. We welcome back Class 6 is Senior Showmanship. 323 is Max Burris. 324 Callista Chesser. 325 Shanalee Fancannel. And 326 Ayla Kendall Price. Your final heat of senior showmanship. And so following this class, those senior showmen who advanced, you should be standing by for your senior showmanship contest in the final drive. Turn your attention to the ring. We're now ready for comments from Judge Luke Henderson.
Before I start off here today, I'd just like to thank everyone who made this show possible, as well as my ringman, Quaid. So I start off this class today with what I feel is maybe the most complete heifer here. She's just one that's explosive all the way throughout. She's huge quartered, lots of bone. She's got a wide top to her. She's just one that really stands out for me here today. I mean, there is a few things I'd like to change about her, and maybe make her a little freer and easier on the move, and maybe smooth that front shoulder out a bit, but still one that's clean throughout that front end and clean throughout her brisket. Just one that I feel is a good one to start off today. The heifer here in second is one that's very similar to the heifer above her. She's just one that's not quite as explosive. Maybe doesn't have the quarter as the heifer above her. I would like to make her a little freer on the move as well. But still a very good heifer. Maybe just gets up a little too much in her top line when she's on the move, but a very good heifer here in second. The heifer in third for me today is one that I'd really just like to change up in her back legs. For me, she gets a little too straight and doesn't quite track as well as I'd like her to, but still a heifer with lots of length of body and lots of shape to her in that back end. The heifer that rounds off the class for me here today is maybe the freest moving heifer in the class. Just one that doesn't carry the condition and the substance as the heifers above her. She's one that I really admire for her length of body, but it's just one I'd like to add some more dimension to. Overall, a great class of heifers. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Luke Henderson and his ringman, Quaid Cook. Advancing in senior showmanship from Class 6. Advancing in senior showmanship from Class 6, we have 323 Max Burris, 325 Shanley Fancannel. Advancing in senior showmanship to the next class, our Grand Champion Drive, Max Burris and Shanley Fancannel. So we should have 9 finalists who are coming to ringside for this Grand Champion Senior Showmanship Drive. They once again include 304 Peyton Verbonic, 306 Daniel Pearson, 312 Garrick Lutz, 313 Sidney Carlson, 317 Adrian Denchikoff, 318 Caleb Stone, 321 Xander Ewert, 323 Max Burris, and 325 Shanley Fancannel. Those are your 9 finalists in this next class, our Grand Champion Senior Showmanship Drive. This class will commence here shortly, but we have to hold the class for a minute because we have one individual who has qualified for this champion drive who is busy over in the sheep barn right now. So we'll give that member time to complete her tasks in the sheep barn, and she'll be here shortly for this class. As we have a moment and just wait here, I thought I'd share a story with you. I was at the Ponoka Stampede the other day, and I've always got a little bit of a kick out of Crash Cooper and have to give him credit for this one, but I'll share with you. He was telling about one time he walked in, I believe, to a market, and there was a young kid there selling some kittens, and he had a big sign up, "Liberal Kittens for sale." And he just walked on by and was a little puzzled as to why they were named that, but he returned the next day to the supermarket, and here was the same kid with the same kittens, and he had a sign up, "Conservative Kittens." So he took it upon himself to go up and talk to the young man, and he said, "Well, young man, I realize these are the same kittens that were here yesterday, and they were liberal kittens. How can they now be conservative kittens?" He said, "Well, it's pretty simple, because they now have their eyes open." We welcome to the ring our Grand Champion Senior Showmanship Drive. 304 is the entry for Peyton Verbonic. 306 is Daniel Pearson. 312, Garrick Lutz. 313, Sidney Carlson. 317 is Adrian Denchikoff. 318, Caleb Stone. 321, Xander Ewert. 322 is 323 is Max Burris. 325, Shanna Lee Fancannel. Your 9 senior finalists in the Grand Champion Showman Drive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for these senior showmen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with the adjudication of this Grand Champion Senior Showmanship completed, I would like to pass the mic over to our adjudicator of the day and have some comments from Miss Keely Adams.
Well, thanks, Bill, and thanks to 4-H Alberta for having me out here. It's an honor to be back. I think I was thinking about this when I was driving up this morning. I came to every single 4-H provincial show every year I was eligible, so it's good to be back in a different location and see some new faces and some old ones that I also showed against way back when. So in this senior division, we started out hot with the oldest kids and probably the most experienced ones, and it's kind of hard to decide who you kind of want to choose when you're looking at all these showmen. They're so close, you kind of have to go back to personal preference, the things I was taught when I grew up showing, and kind of the things that me and my family try to do the best we can when we're showing our animals, and things we kind of look towards in that way. Another thing I was looking for in these senior showmen is you guys all have the basics down pat. You're all good doing that. I was kind of looking at who's showing off their animal the best they should be showed off. Do they need to be loined? Does their tail need to go down? Do their feet look a little bit better, more staggered, less staggered? And you can really tell the kids that have done the work at home and have looked at their animals and had help kind of deciding what the best way to show their animals were. So that's kind of the things I was looking for, but you all did excellent job. It's kind of hard to decide, but I think I came up with a grand drive that I am proud of, and you guys are all doing a great job. So with that, I'll go select my champion, then reserve, followed third, fourth, and fifth. Thank you.
Grand Champion Senior Showman from Chair Hill Multi Club, Max Burris, your Grand Champion Senior Showman. And the Reserve Champion Senior Showman comes to us from West Carstairs 4-H Beef. It's Peyton Verbonic, your Reserve Champion Senior Showman. Third place Senior Showman goes to entry 325, Shannalee Fankannel from Hay Lakes Multi Club. Fourth place to Daniel Pearson from Central Lacombe 4-H Beef. And fifth place top showman in this hotly contested contest goes to from Eagle Beef 4-H Multi Club, Garrick Lutz is fifth place. So Senior Showman, I believe we want some headshots with our judge, do we, of the champion in reserve? We want some headshots in the ring here, and other Senior Showmen, as you exit, you need to third, fourth, and fifth need to get their awards and prizes as well. I guess we'll hand them out maybe right now. Once we complete passing out the awards here and get some photographs of our champion, reserve champion showmen, ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for all of our senior showmen. After we complete the photographs here, we will be moving then into Class 7, and we'll start our intermediate showmanship contest, and we'll move into the senior show team judging. So the senior show teams will be adjudicating the intermediate and junior showmanship classes. Okay, having completed the senior showmanship, we now move into intermediate showmanship and our senior show teams. And our first senior show team, we welcome to the ring Judge Yannick Steinbush and his ringman, Ayla Kendall Price. And Class 7, our first class of intermediate showmanship, they are led in by show number 202, Blair Becker. 219 is Blaze Bertram. 214, Bryn Burkhart. And show number 203 is Quade Cook. Your first class of intermediate showmanship. Once again, these intermediate showmen will go for 2 heats. This is their first of 2 intermediate showmanship classes. Once again, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank all of our wonderful sponsors who make this program possible. They are listed on our beautiful banner at ringside, but I'd like to recognize the Government of Alberta, Alberta Recycling, Alta Link, the Calgary Stampede Foundation, UFA, Agriculture Financial Services Corporation, Federated Cooperatives Limited, Alberta Beef Producers, Cargill, Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, Prairie Coast Equipment, International Rural Exchange, Livestock Identification Services, More Than Just Feed, Leader Products, and also thank you to DLMS for being here to broadcast our show. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all of our wonderful sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to ringside. We are now ready for comments from Judge Yannick Steinbush.
I would like to start us off with thanking the sponsors that make this possible and the show committee that invited me out here to judge this class. I started off this class with the black heifer in front. She stepped out really well, nice, full throughout her whole body, and just an overall nice heifer. Right behind her, I had this black one. Only thing that made her fall behind was she was a bit stiffer in her back end when she walked out. But she also has a nice full body, nice back end. Just her stepping out was the only reason she fell behind. Here in third, I have this red heifer. She just needs a little bit more size in her body to catch up to the two ahead, but she'll be a nice cow in the future. Really like her. And rounding off this class, I have this Hereford. She's a nice cow. She just needs a little bit more size to her and a little bit more length in her body. And that's my placing of this class.
Let's put our hands together for Judge Yannick Steinbush and his ringman, Ayla Kendall-Price. These intermediate showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat of intermediate showmanship. We now welcome to the ring our senior show team, Judge Maya Aluk and her ringman, Peyton Verbonik. They will adjudicate the second round of Class 7 of Intermediate Showmanship. And those four intermediate showmen, include show number 202 is Blair Becker. And the second showman in, we have 219, Blaze Bertram. 214 is the entry for Bryn Burkhart. And 203 is Quade Cook. Your 4 intermediate showmen in Class 7. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready for comments from Judge Maya Aluk.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Can we please give these exhibitors a huge round of applause? First of all, I would like to thank Peyton for being such an amazing ringman, and I would also like to thank the 4-H Alberta Committee for having me out here today. This was a tough class of heifers, and I was really excited to judge it. First of all, we're starting off with this black white-faced heifer. I believe this heifer just comes into the ring with lots of power. Her udder makes me excited for her future as a cow, and I just love how this heifer has grown into herself. She is the oldest heifer in the class, which I do believe gives her an advantage, but overall, I just love this heifer. Coming on to this black heifer in second, she also is just a powerhouse of a heifer. I will admit that she does walk a tiny bit better than the heifer in first, but I just think that heifer in first has a lot more power and substance than this heifer does. I do love this heifer's back and how she's also grown into herself. Her feet look amazing, and I just think that she's also going to mature into an excellent cow. Moving on to these bottom two heifers, I think they have quite a few similarities. I just like this heifer in third a little more just because she is a little bit younger than this heifer in fourth, and she has grown a little bit more than this heifer in fourth. She does have a nice long back. I just would like to have her be a little more deeper in her structure and to change up her teeth size just a little bit. Moving on to this heifer in fourth, I think she's also a very nice heifer. I just do believe that she's a little shallow from the side profile, and I would like to see her walk out a little bit better. Thank you guys very much.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Maya Aluk and her ringman, Peyton Verbonic. And in this Class 7 of Intermediate Showmanship, advancing to the Grand Champion Intermediate Showmanship Drive, we have 202 Blair Becker, 214 Bryn Burkhart. Advancing to the Intermediate Showmanship Final, Blair Becker and Bryn Burkhart. We now welcome to the show ring our senior show team, Judge Max Burris and his ringman, Callista Chesser. And we welcome in Class 8 for their first heat of intermediate showmanship. These showmen include 210, the entry for Caden Dolman. 215 is Ellie Doran. 205, Trayton French. And 212, Rory Hurham. Your 4 intermediate showmen in Class 8. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring. We're now ready for comments from Judge Max Burris.
Well, thanks, Bill. I'd just like to start off by thanking the Stettler Ag Society for letting us use these great facilities. Along with that, I'd also like to thank Dwayne and Levi for all the work that they do here. I'd also like to thank the Provincial Heifer Show Committee that puts this great event on, and 4-H Alberta and all the volunteers and sponsors that we have out here today. So could we please give them a quick round of applause? I think when we talk about this class of females, I think you could go a lot of different ways, especially with this top three. I went with the two heifers at the start, and I know a lot of you maybe would question this. I really like this female that starts. She's a really big and bold type of female. She just screams moneymaker for me, and I think in an industry right now that's paying by the pound, that's your ideal cow, especially for the commercial side of things. She's one, when you analyze her from the profile, she's really big and bold and opened up in terms of the rib cage and carries that really nicely and through her forerib while being relatively smooth shouldered. Sure, yes, she could be a little bit more extended up and through her front 1/3 of her skeleton, but that's a female. As soon as you get behind her as well, she's super expressive, stout, and really unique in terms of her muscle pattern and through that rear quarter. Furthermore, she's a female. I think where she's going to have the advantage over the Black Baldy in second is her mobility. I feel like she's hitting her stride a little bit better for us today. I also think she comes with a little more punch than the female that's going to come here in second. The Black Baldy female that comes next, that's a female that from the profile, I could maybe argue where you could put her, you could argue that you'd put her up in the first slot today. She's profile's really nice. She's one, again, like our first place female, gets a little bit shorter up and through that front 1/3 of her skeleton. That's just a big broody powerhouse type of female. I'd just like to see her get out and move a little bit better to place any higher today, but a really strong set of females that lead off the class. The Red Baldy female that comes next, that's a female I really like for the foot structure and how square she is in terms of her foot quality. She's one that has some power and dimension to her. I guess where I'd like to change her a little bit is I'd just like to tuck in her chest a little bit. She's wanting to push out quite a bit. I'd also like to make her smoother over the top side of her shoulders and how she ties into her neck. Furthermore, I'd also like to just clean up that udder a little bit. I think her front teats are just getting a touch too long for me, and I'd just like them to be a little bit more tucked up to place any higher today, but definitely one I'd be interested to see the calf at side on that female. The tan female we have rounding off the class today, young lady does a really good job presenting her to us today. That's a really long spine type of female that comes a little fresher, and I'm okay with that. She gets out and moves really nicely. I think she just simply gets out powered. I don't think she has the middle, the depth of body, or the softness that some of these other ones have, but I think that's going to be one, the longer that she matures, the better she's going to be. So young lady, you got a good one there. Please give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Thank you.
And thank you to Judge Max Burris and ringman Callista Chesser. And these intermediate showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat of intermediate showmanship. We now welcome to the ring the senior show team, Judge Daniel Pearson and his ringman, Adrian Denchikoff. And we welcome back Class 8 of Intermediate Showmanship, led in by entry 210 for Caden Dolman. 215 is Ellie Doran. 205, the entry for Trayton French. And 212, Rory Hurum. Their second and final heat of Class 8 for Intermediate Showmanship. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready for comments from Judge Daniel Pearson.
As far as it goes, I think we got a really impressive class of females here, full of power and elegance. I'm going to start off with the red female at the front there. I think an individual we really have to appreciate for her overall capacity and power. One we appreciate when we look in that back 1/3 and that massive hip that she's got on her. And even when we move up to the front, we appreciate those front wheels. And when she gets out on the move, we really like the way that she tracks. When we move down the line, I think we got a really good contender. I had trouble picking out this middle pair here. And I think I appreciate the cow more just in terms of that femininity and that overall structural correctness that she carries with her. Sure, maybe she's a little bit frail in her skeleton, but I think an individual that'll still pull ahead of this black heifer here, just in terms of that femininity and how clean made she is through the front. Sure, she breaks out on her shoulder a bit, but I think she makes up in that overall udder quality and all the traits that she carries with her. The black heifer I decided to put in third really gave me some trouble in this class. When she came in, she hit me like a brick wall and was just an absolute tank, and I thought that heifer was going to for sure win the class. But when I began to dig a little bit deeper, I think the looks might have been a little deceiving for me. I think when we look at her on the move, those rear wheels maybe don't track quite so well, and maybe she sways out a little bit, but we can't look too far past that. We still have to appreciate how level and wide she is over the top, and when you get behind her, and the structural correctness through that front 1/3 of her, and how smooth made she is. Sure, we'd like to add a tick more femininity, but overall I think a female that clearly takes the third spot for me today. Moving down the line all the way to the end here, I think a female we really have to appreciate as far as structural correctness goes. I think an individual we really have to appreciate in terms of how clean she is through that front 1/3 and that overall cleanliness and how straight she is through her lines. But I think with that straightness, she might just get a little bit tubular for me today and doesn't quite have the overall condition to compete with the top 3 females. That being said, I think an individual, when she drops her udder potentially, cow that could definitely come out and sweep this whole show. And before me and my partner, Adrian Denchnikov, leave here today, we'd really like to extend our gratitude to the Provincial Beef Heifer Show Committee, as well as the Stettler Egg Society, and of course Bill for announcing this show for many years, and hopefully many more years to come. Thank you.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Daniel Pearson and his ringman, Adrian Denchnikov. And advancing in intermediate showmanship, advancing to our final drive, we have 210, Caden Dolman, and 205, Trayton French. Advancing in intermediate showmanship, Caden Dolman and Trayton French. We now roll into Class 9 of intermediate showmanship. This class will be adjudicated by the senior show team of Judge Sawyer Pohl, his ringman, Shannalee Fankhandle. We welcome in the 4 showmen in Class 9. These intermediate and showmen include 211, Gavin Lutz, 209, Joni Page, 216 is Brooke Preston, and 213, Liam Richards, in for their first of 2 heats of intermediate showmanship. Judge Sawyer Poll for some reasons.
Before I get into this class of females, I'd just like to thank the Stettler Egg Society for putting on the show and all the committee members that do all the work behind the scenes. They just do so much for the show here and for all us juniors competing, and I think they deserve just a huge round of applause. I decided to start the class off with the most mature cow in the class. You know, you really got to appreciate her on the profile for just as how much capacity. You know, you get her on the move. You maybe like to see her a bit freer moving. But I think you get behind her, you know, she's wide, she's thick, she's got muscle, she's got all the right pieces for me, and that's what brought her to the top of the class. I think the red heifer following her up, she's the most similar in terms of type and kind. You know, one that maybe you'd like to see her a bit better footed to compete with that black cow ahead of her, but one I think still has got a lot of potential to go out, and when she starts producing and gets as much maturity as that cow, I think they could definitely switch in the future. The heifer coming in third, I think you got to appreciate this heifer for the amount of bone she has on the profile. You get behind her, you appreciate the width she has. She just isn't as capacious as the two females ahead of her. Maybe not as feminine through front third, but still a really complete female. The Hereford influence rounding off the class, I think she just gets outpowered by the heifers above her. You'd maybe like to see her a bit smoother on the move, maybe a bit more relaxed when she gets out, but one, you still appreciate how feminine and refined she is when she gets out on the move. But overall, it's a really great class, and I think those juniors deserve a round of applause for coming out and doing a great job with their animals today.
Thank you, Judge Sawyer Poll and his ringman, Channelie Fancannel. And those intermediate showmen exit the ring, and they will return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to the ring senior show team Judge Sydney Carlson, her ringman Keely Portiak. And we bring back Class 9, our second heat for these intermediate showmen. They include 211, the entry for Gavin Lutz, 209, Joni Page, 216 is Brooke Preston, and 213, the entry for Liam Richards. Your 4 intermediate showmen in Class 9. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for comments from Judge Sidney Carlson.
First off, I would like to thank the Stettler Egg Society and the Provincial Show Committee for putting on this amazing show that we've had. I'd like to thank the parents for supporting these kids and the kids for coming out and showing today. If we could give them a round of applause. To start off this class, I have this mature cow. She has a really nice, even udder. She is really great on the move. She carries capacity throughout her entire body with a great spring of rib on her. This heifer that I put second to her, I really appreciate the amount of capacity and depth that she carried throughout her entire body. I just believe that the cow above her was a little stronger on the move with her feet and that's why I've placed her second. This heifer that I put in third, I really appreciated how she walked and how she had a lot of movement in her stride. I just think that she lacks a little bit of depth of body and a bit of capacity that the two above her had. And this heifer that I placed in last, she does have a great condition on her, and I think with a bit of time and feed, she will be able to compete a little bit better with this class. But she was a little bit stiff in her back and on the move for me today. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Sidney Carlson and her ringman, Keely Portiak. And in this Class 9 of Intermediate Showmen, advancing to the Champion Showmanship Final, entry 209, Joni Page, and 213, Liam Richards. Advancing to the Intermediate Showmanship Final, Joni Page and Liam Richards. We now welcome to our show ring senior show team Judge Garrick Lutz and his ringman, Raylyn Sandy. We bring in Class 10 for their first heat of Intermediate Showmanship. 201 is Michael Richards, 218, Gracelyn Robar, 220 is Dallas Saylor, and 208, Bristol Saylor. The four intermediate showmen in their first of two heats of showmanship. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready for comments from Judge Garrick Lutz.
I would like to thank the Stettler Egg Society for having me out here and the committee for this show. It's not possible without you. We really do appreciate all the volunteer work that goes in and all the behind the scenes work. I'd also like to thank the sponsors and my amazing ringman, Raylan Sandy. So we start off our class with this big, broody red cow. She's a 2-year-old cow who I think is great in terms of her size of body, mass of rib, great udder quality. I'd maybe like to let her walk a little bit more loosely. She's just easy carrying cow that might need, she's just a easy carrying cow. This middle pair was what was the hardest for me to decide. I put this black heifer in second just because when you get in behind her, width of top is a lot better than the one that falls behind her, as well as this one ahead has a better foot structure. This heifer in third is a heifer you have to love for her size of body and spring of rib. I'd maybe like to widen her top a touch and just fix up her back feet. This calf, he's going to be a one hell of a bull. He just gets outpowered in this class of big heifers. I do really like his foot structure. He's easy moving, and I hope this bull does really good for you.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Garrick Lutz and his ringman, Raylan Sandy. Those intermediate showmen now exit the ring and will return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to our ring Judge T.C. French and her ringman Tayden French. The senior show team will bring class 10 of the intermediate showmen back in for their second and final heat. 201 is Michael Richards. 218, Gracelyn Robar. 220 is Dallas Saylor, and 208 the entry for Bristol Saylor. Class 10 intermediate showmanship, the second and final heat. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready for comments from Judge Tacey French.
Thank you, Bill. First off, I'd like to thank the Alberta 4-H Provincial Beef Heifer Show Committee for having me out here and judging today, as well as the Stettler Agriculture Society for letting us use this fantastic facility and all their help they've given us throughout the weekend, as well as my ringman, Tate and French, for helping me sort through these cattle to be able to give me the best look of them at all times. And lastly, but certainly not least, the parents and supporters and sponsors and everyone who is here today. We all know that without you guys, the show would not be able to happen. So thank you very much. I start off the class with this big, capacious black heifer. In my mind, she's a heifer that easily wins the class. You really have to like her for when she gets out and on the move. You appreciate how she strides out so freely, and when you get over her top and look at her from behind, how wide she is and how she carries depth throughout her. Overall, she's a very complete female. Could you argue that maybe in a couple months, or right now, she's maybe starting to get a little overconditioned? Yeah, but right now, I think in this class, she's a very complete and exceptional female. In my second place hole, I have this this red 2-year-old cow. You really have to appreciate her from her side profile and how her udder is coming into place. But in my mind today, when you start to watch her come out on the move, she maybe I'd like to free her up and make her stride a little more even. I think that right now in our current society, our market price for cattle, we're looking for cows that can be as functional and structurally correct as possible to continue to raise calves that help our market or herds grow. But overall, a very complete cow. Just aside from her feet, I feel she would easily win the class today. And next, the heifer in third. Between her and the other black heifer, they're very close heifers, but in my mind today, she didn't carry the same width of body or overall eye appeal. She's an extremely long heifer and moves extremely freely. I just worry that in the next couple months or next year, that maybe her feet, she's going to have a couple long toes and maybe isn't going to be quite like that. That's going to be her downfall in the coming years, I worry. And lastly, but certainly not least, this bull calf is an exceptional bull calf. He's extremely long, and when you get the chance to look at him over the top, he has a lot of width to body for him. But for me today, he's going to go out and do an exceptional things once he is older as a yearling bull, but he gets outpowered in the females by the females today, but overall a very complete and good bull. Thank you, and certainly can we please get a round of applause for all the members and the hard work they've done to get here today?
Yes, and also thank you to Judge Tacey French and her ringman, Taden French. In Class 10 of Intermediate Showmanship, advancing to the Intermediate Showmanship Final Drive, we have 220 Dallas Sailor and 208 Bristol Sailor. Advancing in Intermediate Showmanship, Dallas Sailor and Bristol Sailor. We'll see them back in the Grand Champion Intermediate Showmanship Drive. We have one more class of Intermediate Showmanship that will run twice, and then we will move into that Grand Champion Intermediate Showmanship Drive. We welcome to our ring the senior show team of Judge Jennifer Finney, and her ring personnel include Katharina Pratt and Paisley Bertram. So for our adjudicators of the senior show teams, I'm not sure if you got the addition to the program. We have a second ringman, Paisley Bertram. So we have a trio. We're just holding the show for a second here. We're checking to see. I think there were only 3 intermediate showmen in this class, but we may have a scratch. Just give us a minute. Bear with us as we're working on that. You may have a huge class of 2 to adjudicate, Jennifer. So Class 11 of Intermediate Showmanship in your program. 204 is a scratch. We welcome in entry 217, Nakabe Stone. And 207 is Carter Vermette, the intermediate showman in this class. Once again, this class being adjudicated by the senior show team of Judge Jennifer Finney and her ringmen, Katharina Pratt and Paisley Bertram. We are now ready for comments on the class from Judge Jennifer Finney.
Thank you. I'd just like to give a big shout out to all our sponsors that sponsored the 4-H Beef Heifer Show and all other 4-H events that run throughout the year. I'd also like to thank the facility of the Stettler and Agricultural District for letting us host our show here. This class is really short with just 2 heifers, and I'd like to give a big round of applause for the kids and all their hard work. So leading off the class, we got this black heifer. In terms of like foot structure and leg structure, she has shorter feet than the heifer placed below her. Her hips are like maybe a touch more narrow, but her udder's good and she's cleaner on the front. Her shoulders are a little bit more narrow, and in terms of calving ease, she's a little bit more feminine. The heifer in second place is a little bit more masculine. She's got maybe not as clean on the front end. Her back feet as well as her one front foot are a little bit long, and in terms of longevity, I'd like to see them trimmed and cleaned up. But overall, she's like really well built, got a really good udder, and both of these heifers we'd really like to see in our own herds.
Put your hands together for Judge Jennifer Finney and her ring persons, Katharina Pratt and Paisley Bertram. This Class 11 of intermediate showmen will exit the ring and return for a second and final heat of intermediate showmanship. And following this next class, we will move into our Grand Champion Intermediate Showmanship Drive. To this point, we have 8 finalists, and they should be moving up to not ringside yet, but back in the hitching area to be prepared. We need 202 Blair Becker, 214 Bryn Burkhart, 210 Caden Dolman, 205 Trayton French, 209 Joni Page, 213 Liam Richards, 220 Dallas Saylor, and 208 Bristol Saylor. And then we'll see if we have any showman advance from this Class 11. That will complete our finalists then for the Grand Champion Intermediate Showmanship Drive, which will be the next class following this intermediate class. And for this next class, we welcome to the ring Judge Caleb Stone and his ring person, Malaya Stone. And we welcome in our intermediate showman, 217, the entry for Nakobe Stone. 207 is the entry for Carter Vermette. Class 11 of intermediate showmanship, the final intermediate showmanship class. Then we will move next into our Grand Champion Intermediate Showmanship Drive. Turn your attention to the ring, and we're ready for comments from Judge Caleb Stone.
First off, not to be repetitious, but thank you to Dwayne and the crew here at Stettler for keeping this place absolutely pristine, not just this weekend, but all year round for all the summer and fall shows. Also, thanks to 4-H Alberta for hosting this show here today and this whole weekend. They do a great job. So first off, we got two different kinds and types of heifers here today. The heifer that I chose to win the class today, she's big, she's powerful, but she's not perfect by any means. I would like to, she gets a little bit straight in her pasterns for me today, but she still wins just because of her overall power and width over the top. Coming down to this heifer in second here, she just is a little bit too narrow. Perhaps I'd just like to clean her up in her back leg structure and hips. She doesn't quite track out fully for me today. But overall, these members did a great job here, and just give it up for them one more time.
Thank you to Judge Caleb Stone and his ringman, sorry about that, and his ringman, Malaya Stone. And our Class 11 of Intermediate Showmanship advancing to the final, 217, Nakabi Stone, and also 207, Carter Vermette. Both you gentlemen advance to our next class, our grand champion, Intermediate Showmanship Drive. We will have 10 intermediates in the Intermediate Showmanship Final. We now move to the intermediate champion showmanship final, and thank you to our volunteers. Thank you to our acting judge, Trish Henderson, our acting judge, and Lyle Hronik, who will be the ringman for this intermediate showmanship final. Our intermediates in the champion drive include 202 Blair Becker, 214 Bryn Burkhart, 210 Caden Dolman, 205 Trayton French, 209 Joni Page, 213 Liam Richards, 220 Dallas Saylor, 208 Bristol Saylor, 217 Nakabe Stone, and 207 Carter Vermette. Your 10 finalists in the champion intermediate showmanship drive. Following this championship, the next class will be our first of 3 classes of junior showmanship, and they will be adjudicated by our intermediate showmanship teams. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring. Our intermediate showmanship final adjudication is about completed, and we will pass the mic over and ask for some comments from our showmanship judge, Keely Adams.
Well, you guys sure didn't make it any easier on me in this intermediate division, and I think you can all see that by this championship group we got out here. All very good showmen, very calm, and just know what they're doing in the ring. A couple things I was looking for in this division, especially in this championship drive. There's 10 people out here. How can you use your ring to the best of your ability? Just make sure you're not cramming anyone, especially when you're in the corners. I think that's the hardest place to be. So I was just keeping a good eye on that, just making sure you use the ring. Don't get too far away from everyone. Don't get too close, and make sure you're not cutting anyone out, just some ring etiquette. Another thing, just someone that kind of gets out there, you can't really notice them. You notice their animal more than you notice the showman. They're just nice and calm and easy on the show stick, and I think I found quite a few people who do that. And with that, I'll go select your grand champion out through to your 5th showman. Thanks.
The grand champion intermediate showman from Edson 4-H Multi-Club, Blair Becker, your grand champion intermediate showman. Reserve champion intermediate showman comes from Bluffton West 4-H Beef Club, Carter Vermette. And 3rd place intermediate showman goes to Bryn Burkhart from Armina 4-H Beef. 4th place intermediate showman comes from Fallen East 4-H Beef Club, Dallas Sailor. And the 5th place intermediate showman from Lakedale 4-H Beef, Nakabe Stone. Congratulations to all of our intermediate showmen. Well done. Our photographer would like to get some headshots of our champion and reserve showman, and we have prizes for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Once we get these all pictured, we will move into the junior showmanship and the intermediate show teams. Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask somebody nearby over there to close the out gate? We will now move into our junior showmanship contest. We have 3 classes of junior showmen. They'll each run only one time, and they will be adjudicated by our intermediate show team. So we welcome to the ring our intermediate show team of Judge Bristol Saylor and her ringman Michael Richards. The junior showmen in this class include 104 Casey Becker, 110 is Tegan French, 113 Lindy Navadi, and 101 is Kirby Wunsch. These are our junior showmen in class 12, and this will be their one and only class. We will have some advancers moving to our grand champion junior showmanship final. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring. We are now ready for comments from Judge Bristol Saylor.
First of all, I'd like to thank the 4-H Alberta Beef Heifer Show for having me out here to judge this class of females. Starting off this class, we have this big black heifer. She's very deep, very eye-appealing. She's smooth through her front end and her top, and just overall a great heifer. Moving on to this second heifer, she's a little bit greener, but she's still very good through her top and her structure, and will make a really good cow one day. On to my third place. This heifer is just a little bit smaller framed, but she has a nice top and carries herself very well. Rounding off this class, we have this heifer. She's just a little bit greener and finer made, but still a very good heifer.
Yes, thank you. Put your hands together for Judge Bristol Saylor and her ringman, Michael Richards. Advancing from that class to the junior showmanship final, we have advancing 113, Lindy Novotny, and 101, Kirby Wunsch. The juniors who advanced to the junior showmanship final are Lindy Novotny and Kirby Wunsch. We now welcome to the ring Judge Trayton French and his ringman Blair Becker, our intermediate show team, and Class 13, our second class of junior showmen. They include 106 Morgan Page, 108 Chloe Robertson, 111 Wyatt Saylor, and 105 Sienna Stone, the 4 junior showmen in this Class 13 of junior showmanship. Once again, they will go this one time only, and we will have some advancers in junior showmanship to our junior showmanship final. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready for comments from Judge Trayton French.
First off, I'd like to thank the Stettler Egg Society for having me and Blair out to evaluate this class. When we get on to the aspects of the cattle side, I started off with this Red Angus heifer. She's powerful, she's long, she's deep, she's feminine with lots of neck extension. You could hum and haw between these two front heifers because the Hereford heifer in second is wider, but the Red Angus heifer is longer, but I went with the Red Angus heifer in first today. With this Hereford heifer in second, she's wide, she's deep too, but that's why I put her in second too. Moving down to third place, I put this tan heifer in third. She's smooth topped with good teat placement. And moving into the bottom of this class, I have this Flexy heifer here. She's wide, she's deep, but she just gets outpowered today. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Trayton French and his ringman Blair Becker. Advancing from Class 13 in Junior Showmanship, advancing to the final, 111 Wyatt Saylor and 105 Sienna Stone. Advancing in Junior Showmanship to the final, Wyatt Saylor and Sienna Stone. Next up, Class 14, our final class of Junior Showmanship, and our final intermediate show team. And we welcome to the ring Judge Joni Page and her ringman Blaze Bertram, and in addition to your program, a second ringman, Blair Budgill. And we welcome in Class 14 of Junior Showmanship. 112 is Kenna Vermette. 107, Wyatt Wunsch, and 109 is Emma Cook. Class 14, your final class of Junior Showmanship. Following this class, we will move into the Grand Champion Junior Showmanship Drive. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring. We're now ready for comments from Judge Joni Page.
First off here, I'd like to give a big thank you to all of our sponsors, volunteers, announcers, and especially Tracy for letting all of this stuff happen today. I'd like to start off our class with this large red heifer. I believe we need to appreciate the heifer and her depth of body, her overall levelness of her top line, her even chest floor, and her large hindquarters. Overall, I think this is a really beautiful heifer, and she'll go on to be a great cow. Moving to our second heifer, maybe our youngest heifer in class, maybe a more modest choice, but I think this heifer proves herself in every way possible. Her incredible soundness, her even top line, and overall an incredible conformation animal. I think with a little more time, this heifer could easily top this class. Moving on into the bottom of our class, this large Brockle heifer, a very deep-bodied heifer, but I find she lacks the levelness of her top line that the others do provide for me today. But I think with a little more specific conditioning, this heifer could go on to be a great cow and compete. Thank you.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Joni Page and her ringman, Blaze Bertram and Blair Budgell. And advancing from this class to our junior showmanship final, advancing show number 112, Kenna Vermette, and 107, Wyatt Wunsch. So advancing to the junior showmanship final, Kenna Vermette and Wyatt Wunsch. That will be our next class, our champion junior showmanship drive. We have 6 juniors in that championship drive, and they include Lindy Novotny, Kirby Wunsch, Wyatt Saylor, Sienna Stone, Kenna Vermette, and Wyatt Wunsch. Those are our 6 junior showmanship finalists. We welcome in our junior showmanship final. 113 is Lindy Novotny. 101, Kirby Wunsch. 111 is Wyatt Saylor. 105, Sienna Stone. 112, Kenna Vermette. And 107, Wyatt Wunsch. Our 6 junior showmanship finalists. Once again, thank you to our volunteers, our volunteer acting judge. Thank you to Trish Henderson, and thank you to Shanna Lee for being our acting ringman. At this time, 4-H members and ladies and gentlemen, our show team judging has completed. And so I think we need to once again put our hands together to thank our adjudicators of that contest. Thank you to Garrett and Skeels and Trinity Martin for adjudicating that. How about a round of applause for Garrett and Trinity? As a side note too, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you quiz Garrett and Trinity a little bit about their Simbra program. Once again, 4-H members, I would just like to remind you too, at 4 p.m. today will be the flock contest over in the sheep barn. And beef exhibitors, they will need extra leadsmen. So that would be gratefully appreciated for any beef members who wanted to go and help lead some sheep for the flock contest at 4 p.m. today. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like you to turn your attention to the ring, and we now will have some comments on this junior showmanship final. Judge Keeley Adams.
What an outstanding group of junior showmen we have here to round out the day. You guys are all doing an amazing job. I can see you're all out here trying your best. You want to be here, and I was just looking for showmen who came out here, have worked with their animal at home, and are doing a great job, and kind of I can tell that they've been to a few shows before. Some of them are just getting a bit more started, but I'm excited to see these junior showmen in a few years as they progress into intermediate and senior divisions, and I think we're in good hands with these juniors. A few heifers out here aren't being super cooperative today, and I totally get that. I remember when I was a junior, I had this one heifer, and I think I was pushed into every rail fence and every flower bed there was possible. At one point, my dad told me, if your heifer pushes you into one more flower pot, you're not going next time. So, young girl with the full-blood Simmental over there, I see you, and you're doing a great job, and I can just tell you're persevering. So just keep on going, and you're headed great places. So with that, I'll go grab your champion, followed by your reserve, up through your 5th place heifer. Thank you. Or showman, I mean.
For each members, ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for Keely Adams for adjudicating our showmanship? The grand champion junior showman from Bluffton West 4-H Beef Club, Kenna Vermette. And your reserve champion junior showman comes from Huxley 4-H Beef Club, Wyatt Wunsch. And your 3rd place junior showman from Huxley 4-H Beef Club as well, Kirby Wunsch. Fourth place junior showman is from Fallen East 4-H Beef Club, Wyatt Saylor. And completing the top 5 in 5th place, junior showmanship from Lakedale 4-H Beef, Sienna Stone. We'll once again get some photos of the champion and reserve champion showman with our photographer in the ring, and we have presentations to give to 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And congratulations to all these juniors for doing a tremendous job in their showmanship. For each beef members, you had sign-up times. The next thing on our agenda, starting at 2 p.m. today, we had the marketing interviews for our 4-H beef members. Supper and awards and 4-H dance to follow that at 6:30 p.m. tonight.